Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live, or if you are watching this back a little bit later, perhaps welcome to In Deep Sleep. That's, for those who don't know, another channel I've set up where I'm putting these live streams up with just the audio, but with some sort of soothing images and sort of either music or sounds in the background, something which helps people get to sleep. So if you're here for that, welcome, great to see you. A couple of things just to say before we get going. This is a pre-recorded live stream, so if you are there on IDG Live watching this as live, I've set this up as a premiere, which means that the chat is there. Welcome. I'm sure you'll have a fantastic time there in the chat. I know the moderators will make you feel very welcome. However, I won't be there alive to be able to answer any questions you might put in the chat. I have set this up as a charity live stream, so if you did wish to show your appreciation or support in any way, thank you. First of all, that's incredibly generous. But you can click to donate to Alzheimer's research. I think whenever I'm doing these pre-recorded live streams this year, it'll be going to Alzheimer's research. I'll think of another charity that maybe next year or for the next 6 months after that we'll have a different charity we're doing. But as of now, if you wish to show your appreciation or support or love in any way, then that is the way that I would ask you to do so. There should be a link somewhere around here for you to do that. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we're just carrying on with the series of mysteries in the world of Westeros that we've been going through, and I thought we'd look at the Wall as a whole, not so much the Night's Watch. Perhaps we'll look at the Night's Watch in a bit more detail another time, but for now we're looking at the Wall. And I will talk to start with just for a little bit, give a little bit of the background, a history, description of the Wall, because what we see of the Wall on the TV show isn't necessarily exactly what it looks like in the books, and then a bit of the history, and then I've got questions from my patrons that I'll be working my way through. So that's the plan. And let's start off, first of all, looking at geography. So the Wall is a massive wall going across the width of the breadth of Westeros, right up in the north. It divides what we think of as the north with the further north, where the wildlings live, or the free folk as they think of themselves. Now, in terms of the length of this, we're told, George R. Martin says this is 100 leagues long, which equates to about 300 miles, or if you're a kilometers person, then something I think just short of 500 miles. So this is a long structure. This is a massive structure. This is understandably one of the Lomas Longstrider's wonders made by man, his 9 wonders. I did a video outlining all of those wonders that we know of. We know of 7 of them. There are at least 2 more. But this is very understandably a part of that. Not necessarily because it's particularly intricately built or beautiful, although it does have its beauty, as we will talk about in just a moment, but because of the sheer scale of it. It is 700 feet high, we're told, which again, for those who prefer that kind of thing, is around 200 meters. So hugely tall, hugely long, being 100 leagues, 300 miles long. And it's also thick, it has to be said. It's at the top, we're told that it's wide enough that 12 men could ride side by side along the top of the Wall. It's wider than the King's Road. This is actually quite a significantly large and wide structure, but also it's noticeable that it's not just like flat up and down. Actually, it's a bit more wedge shaped. It's bigger at the bottom than it is at the top. So that kind of explains why, when you look at on the show, they kind of got this right. Not exactly, but the top, it does look more like a normal kind of like defensive structure wall. Yes, it's quite wide and big, but at the bottom, when you get the passageway through the Wall, then that actually is quite a long way, because it is wider at the bottom than the top. Just as a by the way, that passageway at Castle Black, it kind of zigzags a bit. It's not just in one straight line going straight through. As a defensive structure, that works a whole lot better if it's working on a kind of a zigzag. So this is huge. And although we often think of this as just being this kind of ice wall, which it is, it's not just ice, it has to be said. The maesters disagree with each other about whether the foundations, whether the initial building blocks might have actually been made of stone. They're long lost within, the greater construction that we have here. Some think that it might have been, others think perhaps not. But it definitely does include some bits of stone. It includes huge chunks of ice. Certainly, at some stages of the construction of the wall, they would go to ice lakes and just carve out huge blocks of ice and then put them on sleds, take them up to the wall, and sort of plonk them down there, and then forming the wall, making it an ice wall. But also a lot of dirt, to be honest, which kind of like blows in. This is, when you think about it, this is a kind of weird geographical structure which just like forms this barrier, and every time the wind is blowing one way or the other way, everything, if you just think of any wall in a windy day, things blow up against it. It creates drifts. That's the kind of feel we've got here. So a lot of the time it's not this kind of, doesn't look so much like the ice wall. It clearly is an ice wall, but it's covered in this thin layer of dirt and dust. And what this means is that it actually changes its color. It changes what it looks like depending on the time of day, depending on the weather conditions. A lot of the time, it looks kind of grey. But when the sun comes out and sort of shines into it, then it often, yes, it can be quite bright, but also kind of gives off this kind of blue hue as well. Other times it can be kind of dingy in the mornings or evenings, perhaps. Sometimes when the light is that color, then it can give off even kind of pink and orangey kind of glows. Which actually kind of shows quite well, I think, in the image I've got behind me. But the wall itself does shift and change and does have a kind of beauty to it. It's not a particular, as far as we can tell, intentional beauty. It wasn't built in order to look beautiful. It was clearly built for a very practical purpose, but it does have a kind of a strange beauty to it. And on the top, we should probably say it's got, for generations, then in order to make sure that people don't slip, then they often sort of cast down bits of grit, small stones, just to sort of make the walkway quite solid. And once that's been happening for tens of years, hundreds of years, thousands of years, actually there is, in the middle of the wall, there's actually quite a strong bedrock now of actual grit built up, and bits of shingle and stone. So yes, it is an ice wall, but it's not just ice. There are 19 castles attached to this on the southern side of the wall, that have been built by the Night's Watch at various points in their history. At any given moment in time, they never inhabited more than 17 of them. But they're kind of dotted along the wall, sort of roughly equal distances, although there are some that are quite close to one another. By the time the start of our story, only 3 of those are still actively used. Now, when I say actively used, occasionally they will send off a small group of Night's Watch from Castle Black to go to one of the castles, just to stay there for a couple of weeks or a month or so, make sure that nobody's been sort of working their way through the tunnels or anything like that, because a lot of them are very, very ancient, and a lot of them are built below ground as much as they are above ground. The wall can be very cold. So each of these castles, as far as we can tell, they were built not to the same exact design. They're all different in their own ways, but they do have a number of shared characteristics. Firstly, I say the word castle. Castle is probably the wrong word to use here. It's not really even a fortification. The defensive structure is the wall itself to the north, and that is obviously covering off one half. To the south, there are no walls. None of these castles of the Night's Watch actually have like a curtain outside wall. You can just the buildings are there and then they stop. So yes, it could be used defensively. We see it used defensively in the book. It can be, but it's not a classic castle with the sort of the outer curtain wall or anything like that. And the reason for that is that the Night's Watch, they're defending from attacks from the north, not the south. They have no enemies to the south, is a thing that they would often say. And usually that's right. But as much as anything else, this was from the Northern Lords in particular. So legend says, after the Night's King, perhaps we'll talk about him a bit more a bit later, but after the Night's Watch rebelled, went against their vows, it was decided there should be no walls defending against the Seven Kingdoms. So, no walls. Each of these castles, however, does have a tunnel through the wall. There is a way at each of these places, and effectively they're guarding these ways through the wall. Now, because a lot of these have now been abandoned, what they've done is they filled up these tunnels with gravel and stones and ice and whatever else. So these are now out of commission, meaning that there are now 3 tunnels that we know of, or that the people know of. I'll get on to the 4th one in just one second. But 3 that we know of, the 3 castles which remain. Castle Black, in the centre, largely, of the wall. East Watch, right at the far east on the sea. And then the Shadow Tower, the penultimate castle to the west. Now, we often think about Castle Black and its tunnel, but we don't often think about those other 2 castles, but they also have working tunnels. So if we're thinking about ways through the wall, there are working tunnels in those other 2 castles as well. The 4th, and we will definitely come on to this, is actually underneath the current Night Fort, what we know of as the Black Gate. That's where Sam came through from north to south. That's where Bran and co go through from south to north. So that's they've got no curtain walls, no actual castle fortifications to the south, and they've got a tunnel. Also, there's to the south. There is no within eyesight. There are no inns, no towns, no constructions. This is deliberate. The Night's Watch is supposed to be separate from the outside world. You're supposed to be away from the temptations of the outside world. So there are no towns or inns or places of fun visible from the wall. If you're at the wall, if you're a member of the Night's Watch, that's your life. And that's it. Now, yes, you might be thinking, what about Molestown? Well, there's a couple of things about Molestown. First of all, it is a little way away. You have to actively go there to be riding there. You could sort of ride there and back in a night, as many Night's Watchmen apparently did do, but it's not just like a mile away, and you can see it. Added to which, it's called Molestown. It didn't really come out very clearly on the TV show, but it certainly does in the books. It's called Molestown because it's underground, like moles. Is that there are a few buildings above ground, but inside them there's like these trapdoors and doorways down underground, and this is how they stay warm there. And that kind of brings me to the 3rd, 4th connection, whatever it is, between these different castles on the wall, which is that, as far as we can tell, they have underground structures, at least most of them. We don't know details about all of them. Castle Black, if you think about it, we often think about the buildings on top, which is right and fair, but it's very clear that there are tunnels underground. There are storage, sort of, not caverns really, carved out spaces. There are places where people can live underground. And when it gets to the depths of winter, just taking Castle Black as an example, then actually a lot of the time the Night's Watch didn't really venture above ground to get from one building to another building if they could get away with it, because it was so cold. So, hi everyone, and welcome back. I say welcome back because on this side of the camera, I've been gone for a couple of days. My computer just stopped. Technical issues once more. But I will try, and so if there are sound levels or visuals are a bit different, apologise for that. I can't remember exactly where I got to. I think I was talking about the underground passages at Castle Black and elsewhere. I will assume that I managed to finish talking about that. But let's go into talk a little bit about the history of the wall. Now, the wall itself, its construction is way back in the beginning of the Age of Heroes. So, depending on your interpretation of the information we have, that could be 8,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. It was allegedly built by Bran the Builder, which pitches it at around the same time as the other things that Bran the Builder is supposed to have had a hand in: Winterfell, Storm's End, the High Tower. These are all old places, of course. But he allegedly was behind this. But this is what we read in the World of Ice and Fire. Legend has it that the giants helped raise the wall, using their great strength to wrestle the blocks of ice into place. There may be some truth to this, though the stories make the giants out to be far larger and more powerful than they truly were. These same legends also say that the children of the forest, who did not themselves build walls of either ice or stone, would contribute their magic to the construction. So that's what we have. And to be honest, in the absence of any more information, I think we should probably accept this reasonably as what happened. Clearly, there is magic here. That's not just something we're told. It's not just something we can kind of infer. But people like Melisandre are very attuned to the fact that there is magic there. And so the clear idea is that this is a magical barrier. Now, the wall as we know it, massively high wall, probably wasn't always that massively high. Probably it started off as sort of a normal sized wall, maybe a tall wall, but the real barrier is the magical barrier. And the magical barrier extends, it's said that it's set into the foundations of the wall. It extends all the way the distance of the wall. We don't know what happens on either end. Clearly, the wall stops at the eastern end, at Eastwatch at the sea, and then at the western end by what's known as the Gorge. Now, that probably has always had some kind of river flowing through it, so it seems to stop at water at both ends, which does add to the bit of a digression, but it does add to the idea that the others can't cross running water in some way, which fits with the slightly undead vibe, evil vibe that George R. R. Martin is trying to give us from them. So that's the overall situation. If this is the Children of the Forest magic, then this kind of does tap into this idea that this was built presumably after the end of the Long Night. And that was won, at least in part, again, according to the legends, to the magic of the Children of the Forest. So, them then playing their part in building this barrier to help prevent their return in some way, the others' return in some way, does make a whole lot of sense. Over time, though, the wall did grow. So we're talking thousands of, even if you go on the shortest time frame possible, we're talking thousands of years. Hundreds of generations of members of the Night's Watch would just add to it, shore it up a bit, probably make it wider, broaden it out, but also at the top, they're adding on chunks, making it even higher. At the very least, we know even in our story of regularly they chip up there a whole load of stone chippings just to be scattering out on the ice to make sure that they don't slip while they're wandering around on the top. So they're adding to this, to the height and probably the breadth of it all the time over thousands of years. And over time, the Night's Watch grew. We don't know what size it was to start with, but also we don't know how many castles there were to start with. The Night Fort seems to be the oldest. The others, it seems likely they were built over time as the Night's Watch grew. We don't know the height of their powers. When they had 17 castles going, the Night Fort itself apparently comfortably would fit 2,000. So that seems to imply that if there were 16 other, albeit smaller, castles along the wall. We're talking many multiples of thousands members of the Night's Watch. By the time Aegon's invasion happened, we're told there were 10,000 there at the wall. So there probably was a decline to that point, but it really accelerated during Targaryen rule. In particular, we're talking after the Dance of the Dragons. At the Dance of the Dragons, then the Night's Watch largely stayed out of this, but there was a long winter. And that winter, we're told, I think that killed a third of the Night's Watch. It was really bad because the Seven Kingdoms itself were on their knees, so they couldn't really help out as they might otherwise do. So there was huge damage done to the Night's Watch then. And then you get some incursions by the wildlings. They even managed to capture one of the castles on the wall. And there was a massive battle which killed another few thousand. So we went from, I don't know, they might have lost a bit of their number by the dance, but they were reduced back down to numbers into single-figure thousands easily by the end of the dance, at which point the decline continued. So by the start of the story that we have, then there's maybe 1,000 members of the Night's Watch, and they're down to 3 castles. Castle Black, the main castle, 600 or so, 200 at the Shadow Tower, 200 at Eastwatch. That is the state of things at the start of the story. And the caliber of members of the Night's Watch has also come down. Now, I said that the Night Fort was the main castle. That was the home base of the Night's Watch for a very long time. It was actually only with when Jaehaerys and Alysanne came up to the wall. Alysanne comes up to the wall, and when she gets there, she sees the Night Fort. It's in bad condition because they can't keep it up because there's just not enough people there. And she basically says, "No, we'll build you a new place, a smaller place. You can move out from the Night Fort to here." So she does that. She pays for this herself, and that's when the Night Fort was abandoned. And as each of the different forts, castles along the wall are abandoned one after another, then they get basically mothballed. Every one of them has got a tunnel through the wall, and that was filled with ice and stones and basically blocking that up. So we're left with a situation where there are now 3 known ways through the wall, plus obviously in the Night Fort where Bran and co go through the Black Gate. We'll talk about that in a bit, but in each of these different castles, it's covered up except for those 3 we have left. Just 3 ways to get through the wall. So I think that is probably all in terms of the history. I've got questions, as always. I'm framing this around questions that I've got from my patrons, so I will work my way through there. A reminder, I'm not there live today. This will go out as a premiere, which means that the chat is there, and I will take a moment just to say, moderators, thank you. I know you're there, and I know you're going to be doing a fantastic job because you always do. So huge appreciation to the moderators. If you're there in the chat, could you just show them a little bit of love as well, please? And also, as I'm doing thank yous, patrons, I hugely appreciate your support, as I always do. This is why I shape these live streams around your questions as a thank you back to you. I cannot do what I do without your support, so thank you. So let's get into those questions. First up, a question from Bear Island saying, "Hello, Robert. I hope you and Dan are well." We are, thank you. "If the Maesters say that the first men could build only ring forts and not real castles, why do stories about the Age of Heroes state some of the most legendary structures were built during the Age of Heroes? I think the castles at the wall are some of the hardest to explain. Winterfell and Storm's End might have been simple structures, improved or added upon after the Andals arrived with more to an advanced building techniques, but I think this explanation is at odds with everything we know about the wall. The Maesters are quick to dismiss any contradictions about the histories of the first men because they weren't written down. What do you think is the truth of it?" So I get this does come across as a bit contradictory. The Maesters' histories do seem to have ring forts for the first men. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of detailed or clever construction going on, which isn't to say that there isn't any. Then the Children of the Forest are described as not building with walls and things. The walls as a concept, this does come from humans, so they do have walls. They do have buildings and constructions. You're right that there are some things which are ascribed to the time of the Age of Heroes that are deeply impressive structures. Storm's End, the High Tower, the wall itself, and Winterfell. Now, some of these I think we can explain as these are clearly magical structures. Perhaps all of them are. But the Storm's End, we know, is a magical structure. And that is a drum tower, a round tower. So that does fit the way I think the Maesters were basically wrong with saying about round towers. The idea of having a circular construction, ring forts, you would have a ring fort. It is clearly there. I think that that perhaps went out of fashion, and then they went to the square things a bit later. Who knows? Maybe the circular thing was at the very beginning of the Age of Heroes. Then, as populations grew, they built more square structures. That absolutely fits. We've got a lot of history here to get through, thousands of years of history to get through with no written records. So it's quite hard, I think, for the Maesters to be able to categorically say what all architecture was like. Winterfell, if you've watched my Winterfell videos, it's pretty clear to me that when Winterfell was first built, it's the crypts with maybe a tower above and the weirwood tree. That was the original Winterfell. Everything else, even the Maesters agree, everything else was built up over not just generations, but hundreds, thousands of years. It's all done higgledy-piggledy at different times, at different levels. It's not an overall grand scheme of things. So we've got an underground thing there. You go to the High Tower, what have we got? Actually, the main construction is underground. We've not visited there in the books, not actually been to the High Tower itself, but there's carved out structures in the rock, and then it's a matter of building on top of it. So that's the High Tower, is the thing that's built on top of it. Storm's End, again, cave systems underneath. There are things under there. So what actually we've got as a structure is for the very early magical buildings is an underground cave type system with something built on top, which matches not only the Children of the Forest mode and method of doing these things. Children of the Forest always seem to have like this cave system underneath and then the weirwood tree on top, but it also matches how the Night's Watch operate. Because one of the things I'm hoping you're going to take from this is the fact that we just look at the structures on top, but underneath there is so much more. They live so much of their lives underground there. And when we get the Night Fort, what we've got is a very clear idea that the original layer with the black gate, you have to descend down the stairwell. They say it's a well. Perhaps it's not a well. Perhaps it's just pretending to be a well. You descend down the stairs in the well to the level of where that is. What if that is not just we're hiding this underground so nobody can get to it? Maybe that's just where they normally would be. That was the level most of the Night Fort was built at, underground. Added to which, obviously, over time, things do get buried underground. If you ever watch any excavation, you'll find they're excavating underground. So I don't think, for me, there's a huge contradiction here. In fact, I can see a huge amount of similarities between what we've got, underground structures, and something built magical on the top, which perhaps is going to be circular. Because, of course, the oldest part of Winterfell is also a circular tower that Maesters don't really seem to be able to explain in the time scale that it wants to be in. So that all, I think, broadly works for me. And Was there anything else I was going to say on that one? Oh, I think that'll probably do for now. So Steve the O saying, hello, sir. I have formulated an unformulated thought or a question brewing, so I hope this makes sense. I originally thought that the wall being a hinge was a reference to the location, so that the wall is located at some point where the magic or spells in the wall are amplified. But Melisandre mentions that they are beneath one of the great hinges as she looks up at the wall. So that would imply that the wall itself is the hinge. So what does it mean to be a hinge in this context? Is it just a dramatic way of saying it's powerful magic? What are your guesses at the other great hinges? Further, it seems clear that a common magic that is lurking in Westeros is a warding spell that prevents magical beings from crossing. For example, Bloodraven's Cave, warded against undead, the Wall, warded against undead, and possibly dragons. Mel's Shadow Baby had to be birthed inside Storm's End, etc. When Aegon attacked Harrenhal, the description is that he had to fly super high and attacked from above. Do you think Harrenhal is warded, which is why the attack was from on high? Let's. There are two issues. Let's just do the ward issue first. So yes, the wall appears to act as some kind of a magical ward. That's the best way we can probably understand it. In that, you say the undead can't cross. Cold Hands is very clear. He cannot cross. The whites who are found in Book 1, they could be carried through. So they could not, it would appear, go through of their own volition. However, they could be picked up and taken by somebody else. Then you also get the dragons when Alicent is there on Quicksilver. Quicksilver didn't want to cross the wall, or couldn't cross the wall, and Alicent recalls later that it really troubled her, is that she has this all-powerful dragon, can go anywhere, but the dragon did not want to cross the wall. Now, perhaps it's just, some people have said it's just because it's very cold and didn't want to go any further north. That doesn't seem to be the case, because it seems to be very much not wanting to cross this line, not go over the wall. It's cold on both sides of the wall. Let's be clear. Yes, it's probably a bit colder north, the further north you go, but it's cold on both sides of the wall. So it's not just that. There was some kind of a magical barrier there. In terms of wards, yes, this is a thing which seems a pretty common bit of magic to prevent magical stuff from crossing. And in the wall, another interesting point is that when Jon is on the opposite side of the wall to Ghost, he cannot sense him. So there's magic in some way cannot pass through. That's not to say that all magic can't, but we've seen various bits of magic that can. As for Harrenhal, I like the idea. So you remember that the description was that Aegon flew up really high and then came down. You could be right. Maybe there is some kind of magical board here. But if it is there, it would not surprise me if it is around the Isle of Faces rather than Harrenhal itself. Harrenhal is actually relatively new as a castle. It literally just been built. And Harren doesn't ever come across as being a magical person. He comes across as being an invading, rather cruel person. So, but not magic user. So, is it likely that he managed to get intentionally some kind of magical barrier there? No, that doesn't seem likely. It wasn't effective if it was, because Aegon basically would have flown over and down, and we know that dragons can get in there from the Dance of the Dragons. So my instinct is no. What I think was happening was actually what seems to have been a relatively standard bit of dragon flying tactics, which is you fly high, so you're there in the sun, and so when defenders are looking up, they can't quite make out where you are. And so Aegon was just doing standard battle tactics. He would fly in and then down, and as swooping down, then flame on. That's when you destroy the towers. So that's the logical answer, I think. It would not surprise me. There does seem to be some sort of magical protections around the Isle of Faces. If there's an actual ward there, that would not surprise me in the slightest. As for the other half of your question, the hinge of the world, this is the quote. She's talking to Jon Snow. She says, I have dreamed of your wall, Jon Snow. Great was the law that raised it, and great the spells locked beneath its ice. We walk beneath one of the hinges of the world. Melisandre gazed up at it, her breath a warm, moist cloud in the air. So, what does hinge of the world mean? Well, probably this is poetic language at the very least. This is just a way of kind of explaining it. A hinge, obviously, is the joining point between two surfaces, two not necessarily flat, but generally flat surfaces, and that's the thing that the join that allows them to sort of flex in some way. So that's the kind of feel that we've got going on here. And so metaphorically, yes, it's definitely the way of it is that we have got the world south and the world north of the wall. North of the wall, although it does seem a bit arbitrary where the wall is, north of the wall is a different place, an other place, a place where the others come from. South of the wall is not. And so the wall itself is the hinge between those places. So if we're saying, are there any other places a bit like that could be described, because Melisandre says one of the hinges of the world, then yes, we don't know, but there are certainly places like the Five Forts seem to play at the far side of Yeti, these 5 massive ancient fused black stone forts right in the kind of the northeast of Yeti. They are connected with the Long Night as well. They seem to be some sort of defensive structure against who knows what coming again. So that does seem to be very clearly the same kind of vein. I also think if you dig into the world of Ice and Fire, this is a fantastic description. It's very Lovecraftian on Leng, the island of Leng, you get these ancient cities and temples deep in the forest, and then there's some stairs that go down, and that feels like you're going down into another world. It's not just I'm going underground. People do not return, or if they do, they come back insane. And that feels, again, like a hinge in the world. This is magical. The other sort of spin-off of this is that the wall is clearly magical. The magic has been woven into it. This is long-lasting, and this is powerful magic. As far as we can tell, it's just defensive magic. There might be more there. Let's not write that off. George R. R. Martin has not finished writing this story, clearly. But what we therefore know about the wall is not anywhere near all there might be to know. We don't know what spells were woven into there. That's a mystery. We do know, though, that when dragons came back in the world, the kind of ambient level of magic, particularly fire magic, increased. The extent to which the pyromancers, the alchemists guild in King's Landing, they go to Tyrion. Our magic's working a lot more efficiently these days. Do you happen to know if a dragon's been born? So they notice the difference. So if magic amplifies other magic, then that seems to be at least some of the sympathetic effect of what is going on with the wall. It is hugely magical, and that kind of amplifies magic. Melisandre thinks that her magic is more powerful at the wall. Lady von Strauss saying, hello, hope all is well, thank you. It would seem that giants were plentiful at the time that the wall was built, so likely did have a hand in its construction, but few people in Westeros continue to believe in them. Which legends surrounding the wall, such as the giants, do you believe are true, but no longer believed? And which do you think are believed, but not true? Well, I think there's the kind of straightforward answer to this one, I think, which is the giants, yes, do exist still. The children of the forest, yes, do exist still. We know these to be facts that people believe they've gone, but they're there. The clear thing, I think, that we've got for something that people believe to be true but might not be true, is the whole Bran issue. Bran the Builder is an easy person to sort of say, oh, he must have done this in the Age of Heroes. It strikes me as being it's not the exact right use of this. So if you're an expert on mythology, then forgive me for a moment. But it's more like a monomyth kind of idea, is that we create this idea of Bran the Builder, and then everything, oh, a big thing was built like that. Bran the Builder must have done that. And that's the kind of idea we've got. I don't personally think that Bran the Builder, as a specific person, wandered around everywhere and built everything in that particular time. There may well be, in the same way that you would have people in the school of such and such, other people using the same skills as, and the name of the originator gets used. That kind of works for me. But I think most people nowadays don't believe that the wall is magical. They just think it's just there to keep out the wild things, whereas in reality it is. The barrier is the magic, not the wall. The wall's just a physical thing. You can go around the wall easily enough. You can go over the wall. You can, some places, surely go under the wall. The wall itself is a physical barrier, but that's not the exciting bit. The exciting bit is the magic. Robbie O'Brien, hello, and Robert. And hello, Robert and Dan. Given that the Black Gate is down a well and appears to be some kind of weirwood, surely that means it predates the wall and the Night Fort was built on top of it. If that's the case, doesn't that also suggest a pre-existing barrier where the wall currently stands? Would love to hear your thoughts. So I sort of touched on this a little bit in the last question. My take is that the Night Fort, in the same way that Winterfell, what we think of as Winterfell as the castle, is not actually accurate to original Winterfell. Original Winterfell was what is underground, the crypts, plus the weirwood, and maybe a tower. So that's what that model is. I think the same thing applies to the Night Fort. The structures we have above ground, we think of as the Night Fort, are not actually the original Night Fort. The original Night Fort was underground, with perhaps something on top. Now, the Black Gate, for those who don't know, this is how Sam and Co come through one direction, Bran and Co go through the other direction. It's this, in the kitchens, and in the middle of the kitchens, there's this huge well, and if you go down inside the well, if you look, you can see actually there's steps going down inside the well. You go down those steps a long way until the sky is just like a small moon-shaped thing up above, a long way. Then you come across this door in the side, and the door has a face on it, and it basically it asks for the password, and you have to recite a part of the Night's Watch vow, and then it lets you through, and it lets you through by opening its mouth, and then you go through. So this is clearly magical, and it seems to be made out of weirwood, and there is what we know in the kitchen, broken through, is a weirwood sapling. So there is definitely weirwood roots and things going on here. Was the Night Fort built on top of this? I would argue that the original Night Fort was probably at this level, and this was the original way through, and it was a way through that only allowed members of the Night Watch. So over time they built things on top, and the memory of that, of what was underground, has gone. They as they built things on top, because more and more people were perhaps around and they wanted to keep that entrance secret, they kept it there. It strikes me that and feel free in the chat, put your own thoughts on this, because I think this is the odd thing, is that the most logical answer would be, yes, it used to be all underground and then they built above it. Why did, when they were building above it, the kitchens that are there, why did they build the kitchens directly above the way through the wall? That's the bit that I find we haven't got a full answer for yet, because you can have any number of places. You could build your Lord Commander's tower above that, and then they could just walk down and through, and that would be a nice, easy way for them to do it. But why the kitchen, which is not, where the hard? Yes, the Night's Watch would have been there. Some of them would have been on cooking duties, but it's not. If you were going to go through the wall, why would you go into the kitchen? That seems odd. It makes it appear to me that they wanted it either hid in plain sight, or they wanted this to be something that not lots of people go through. Maybe one person goes through every now and then. But let me know in the comments. Devyani saying, we know how tall it is, more or less, but how wide is it? A lot happens both under and on top. Am I forgetting where George R. Martin mentions this? So if you're talking about wide as in sort of when you're standing on top of the wall, how wide is it? It is wide, and it is. I think I probably said this in the first part of this, but yeah, you can put 12 horses down riding down on the top of the wall. So that's how wide it is. You can certainly build structures up there. You can have trebuchets and a ballista. I think things like that. You can have that all set up on the top of the wall without it being too much of a problem. But it's not straight like that. It's sort of more arced inwards as you go up. So the wall, which, just as a by the by, actually makes it slightly easier for climbing, of course. You're not just climbing straight up, you're climbing up at a bit of an angle. So at the base, we're not told exactly how wide it is, but we are told that the passage through the wall at Castle Black, when you hear it described, it goes in a number of different directions. It's not just one straight line, and there's a number of gates that you can go through. So it actually takes a little while to get through underneath. Again, we're not told exactly, but the implication is that, I don't know, it must be at least twice the size of what it is at the top of the wall. Question from Sir Arpegos saying, hi Dan, I hope you're well. Dan is well, thank you. In Sam's chapters, we have many mentions of the library at Castle Black. Do you think there might be a plot twist of an important book being found there? And who might find it? As all the readers, not just those who are able to read, but those who value books, are now gone. Well, yes, I think that's the key point, which is that there is a library there, and it does have a number of very old books. The person who knew all of those books was Maester Aemon. He's gone. And the person who is most likely to be just rooting in around there trying to find something, Sam, has also gone. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't people there who are going to read stuff. John is increasingly hitting the books to be learning bits. I think there are some... The first point is that it's not that this library has not provided us with any important bits of information. It has already. For example, they were reading through this, they discovered about... So you get the Jade Compendium. This is the book that Maester Aemon, he left for John. Basically says, yeah, give that to John, mark up a little bit for him to read. And so this allows John to understand about Lightbringer. And this is important. This is the fact that Lightbringer is a fiery sword, Azor Ahai's sword, a fiery sword, and it is very hot. And the noticeable thing about the fiery sword called Lightbringer that Stannis wields, and Lysandra gave him, is that it looks fiery, but it's not hot. So that is a fake Lightbringer. And so that's one of the key things we've already learned. We've already learned also about dragon steel, which John and Sam both agree that this sounds very much like Valyrian steel. And dragon steel apparently was one of the things that you can use to kill one of the others. That is a really important plot twist. finding things that can actually kill the others. So is there likely to be anything else there? Well, there are some people who read still at the wall. Melisandre's still at the wall, for example. You wouldn't put it past her to go and try and find something. And at some point, maybe we'll get someone like Davos heading back up there. But I would argue that probably at the moment, the game-changing things have already been discovered. The only thing is if Melisandre, for some reason, goes down there just to see what's there. Maybe there's some extra information. It would, I think, fit her that she's a little bit, uncertain about what's going on. Jon is now being killed. Stannis, she's lost contact with. She can't see. Maybe she's going to be going hunting around looking for a bit more inspiration. She can't see what she wants to see in the flames, so maybe she will find her way there. Maybe she will find something which disagrees with her understanding of what happened in the long night, and she probably will burn the book immediately as being heretical, but it will probably stick in her mind. So maybe there's a little bit there, but probably we've already had the main things. Hermione, considering the wall has magical doors in it, it made me think, is the wall twofold? One magical barrier for the others, one physical barrier to keep out the dead. Could the ice crumble and the magical barrier stay? Could the magical barrier fall and the ice remain? What do you think will happen in the books? Well, yeah, I like the idea. From what we've been told, though, this is integrated into the wall. The magic is built into the foundations. It is a part of the same thing. The issue that we do not know is what exactly that magic is. Some sort of barrier, yes. But is it, as you say, is it something which makes the wall impervious itself? Certainly it seems that it doesn't prevent there being any damage to the wall. Wall melts every now and then, bits of it shear off, so the wall can be damaged. It's not preventing damage to the wall, and so theoretically, yeah, maybe you could sort of take chunks out of the wall, but the magical barrier certainly seems to go higher than the wall. It's almost like shooting right up into the sky, because Quicksilver the dragon could not cross it. So I'm saying Quicksilver, Silverwing, sorry. Silverwing the dragon couldn't cross over. So probably what we have is magic in the foundations that are making sure that the structure as a whole is sort of retains its integrity in some way, not preventing little bits of damage here and there, and also that it goes beyond the wall, which could mean that it goes down as well as up. So, yeah. Does the wall, the physical wall, prevent the whites from coming through? It does depend on the reasoning behind that first movement of the whites through the wall. So when Jon is north of the wall there, Ghost finds the two bodies and they get brought back. Is that because the others know that the whites cannot pass through the wall unless they're pulled through? Or is it that they just wanted, here's a surprise attack. You don't know that these are actually zombie undead. We're going to make them pretend to be dead, so you drag them through, and then they'll come alive and try and get you. It could be either, to be honest. So we simply don't know. Diego Godoy saying, Hola, Robert, hola to you. Do you think there are other portals to cross the wall in specific and magical places, like the Black Door that Sam and Bran and company go through? Others, no. So the main ways through the wall that we know of are the three that are still there: Shadow Tower, Castle Black, Eastwatch, the Black Gate that we know of, which is in the old main fort structure, castle on the wall, and then the others that have all been blocked up. Now, as far as we can tell, that's it. Now, might there be more, like the one at the Night Fort? in some of the other ancient castles? Perhaps. We simply do not know the answer to that. But it probably makes sense for the Black Gate to be different and special, and it's just because it's the Night Fort, which was the centre of the wall. Scott Bittner saying, hello, Robert. Do you think the final battle with the others will take place at the wall? Do you think the wall could hold, since it survived against Mance with his giants and mammoths? Would the others get through? And could you see the long night happening at the wall? So, well, a couple of things. Firstly, yes, the Night's Watch managed to resist Mance with his army, but when you reread that section, it becomes very clear this was a very close run thing, and it's really only so the Stannis' arrival was the thing that sort of stopped all of this. If they'd had forever, they were in a rush, don't forget. They were desperate to get south of the wall. If they've had forever to just hang around, they could have very probably just kept on attacking and just thrown enough numbers at the wall that it would have fallen. So that they could have just cut their way through the tunnel. Even if it got filled up with stuff, they could definitely do that. So I don't think that the ability to withstand against the wildlings is a good indicator. The wildlings have got past the walls several times just after the Dance of the Dragons I mentioned a bit earlier. So preventing the wildlings getting through, I don't think is a good thing or indicator of whether the others will be able to get through. The second thing is, and this is just an instinct thing, but I think it's an instinct that a lot of people have, is that George R. R. Martin has established a massive ice wall. Is he really going to be able to resist the wall coming crashing down in some way? It's just an instinct, but is the story going to feel as fulfilling if the others get as far as the wall and go, oh, forgot about that? We can't pass by. No, there will be some kind of idea of how they can get past the wall, how the wall itself could be brought down or destroyed in some way. As I say, it's just an instinct in terms of storytelling. But yeah, I think it will fall. I think also we've got the defences at Winterfell. That also seems like a very important place where they might get to. And who knows, they might even, depends on how much George R. R. Martin wants to hurt us with the storytelling. But Winterfell could fall and they could just keep on coming south. If they're heading for, as many people suggest, to the Isle of Faces, then yeah, they'd want to get rid of Winterfell and then keep on moving. Lady Vaughan Strauss, we all know how the wall came down on Game of Thrones, but I doubt that is how it would happen in the novels. I assume that the future discrepancy is due to, firstly, George Martin not wishing to spoil that part of his story. Secondly, a lack of setup involving multiple layers of magic. Do you believe the wall is destined to be destroyed? If so, what mechanics do you think will take to accomplish this? And what will the consequences be, both immediate and long term? And then Christopher Lochner also says, I'm curious if anything aside from a dragon could break the wall. We don't know for sure that the books will follow the show, but it seems reasonable. Okay, so first of all, let's just recap onto that handover meeting that George R. R. Martin gave to the showrunners. This was sort of after season 4. He's stepping back. He was never a showrunner himself, but he did write one episode per season of the show, and he was reasonably engaged in it. And then after season 4, he took a big step back. Before he went, he sat down with them for a few days, and he explained where he was planning the plot to be going from then on. In that handover meeting, he doesn't seem to have held anything back. And let's not forget that at the time, he thought he was going to be finishing those books before the season or the show finished. Genuinely, he did. That was his thinking for why he took a step back. He wanted to focus in on the books more. So he wasn't going to be thinking, I need to hold stuff back here because I want the big reveal in my books. He thinks the big reveal will be in his books, but he wants to give the showrunners enough of an understanding of where things are going so that they can foreshadow stuff and make sure that they don't miss out important details along the way. So that was what their handover meeting is. There's nothing that we've heard that suggests that George R. R. Martin held back here. There's nothing that he says, I didn't want to tell them that. He told them Hodor things. He told them who would be king at the end of the story. He told them about Shireen. He was telling them stuff about where the story would go. He was always very clear that his story will be different to what happens on the show because there are so many changes. Lady Stoneheart, the Dornish plot, Euron, Fagon, you name it. The amount of changes is huge. So he was always knowing that the show would not end in the exact same way that his books ended, but he didn't hold back. So this isn't him holding back on a reason of how the wall fell. This is, as the showrunners admitted, they used to do, I can't remember what they called them, like the inside the episode things, little mini featurettes for each of the episodes. And they said that episode, Beyond the Wall, that was them. That was them writing that. That wasn't coming from George R. R. Martin. They thought, we have to figure out how the wall comes down. And they wanted that to be with a dragon. So they then had to work out how on earth could a dragon come into the hands of the others, and then they kind of worked their way back from that. So that was the thinking. So if we're trying to work out what George R. R. Martin has planned, we have to say, well, why were the showrunners so clear that they had to come up with a way themselves? Because whatever George R. R. Martin had told them wouldn't work for them. Why wouldn't it work for them? Well, the only logical answer, I think, is that they hadn't factored in a thing. It's one of the things that they cut from the story. So perhaps it is some magic. Perhaps it is the Horn of Winter. I've expressed many thoughts about the Horn of Winter, but perhaps it is. Legend has it that the Horn of Winter can, if it's blown, it will bring the wall down. And Melisandre clearly took it seriously enough, or took people's belief in it seriously enough, to burn the horn that was allegedly the Horn of Winter. But apparently that wasn't really, it was just a fake. So the Horn of Winter is still out there somewhere. So I think it will come down. I think it won't just be that the others kind of like point at it with a big zappy spell and bring it all down. It won't be a dragon. It might be some sort of magical thing that's already been dropped in and then becomes a more important part of the story the further in we get, something like the Horn of Winter. Or it may be there's something the show did that they didn't really develop on. And it left us a little bit uncertain what was going on magically, which is, if you remember, that Bran went, when he's training there with Bloodraven, he sort of went looking at different things, and he saw the others, and then it might have even been the Night King suddenly just grabbed him by the hand and kind of branded him. And that, when he broke free from that, that seemed to break down the magical barrier around Bloodraven's cave, which allowed them to be attacking it. They didn't really explain what was going on there, but it was something like, if you have made a connection, this is a magical barrier preventing beings from crossing over from one side to the other. If you've created a magical link between two beings, then that allows them to do that. It is something along those lines. Did they come up with this themselves, or was that from George R. R. Martin? If so, how does that actually operate? Because it might well be something that they decided, I don't think that works well for the wall. But George R. R. Martin was going to do it in a lot more, a way that you can explain a whole lot more. He already talked about the Hodor thing. He said with Hodor is that he's going to be explaining this conceptually, what's going on, exploring a lot more issues through that than happened on the show. On the show, we could see what happened and we kind of felt what it was, but George R. R. Martin is going to expand on that huge amounts more in the books. Perhaps we're going to have something similar, where you get a linking between two beings on either side of the wall, which allows that being to come through. That would be my other guess. But not a dragon. So let's go with Lorelei Dragon. It's heavily implied in the text that the North remembers very little about their distant past. What do you think they've forgotten about the wall? Or what will be rediscovered about it during the latter part of the story? Well, what have they forgotten? They forgot about the Night Fort. They forgot about the Black Gate. They've forgotten what the original purpose of it was for, protecting against the others. They've forgotten, but I think above all, they've forgotten about the first long night and how to defeat the others. They're having to figure this out from scratch completely. So they're discovering about Dragonglass, they're discovering about Valyrian steel, they're discovering what the others can do. All of this stuff they're having to discover from scratch. Is there likely to be more ancient stuff going on? Well, almost certainly. We've got Stannis has been given the Night Fort. So are we really thinking that the only secret in the Night Fort is the one black gate that's there? Surely they'll discover that if they're going to sort of reclaim it as a place. And maybe there's even more going on there that we just do not know about. I think that's exactly the kind of thing where George R. R. Martin's imagination could just run riot, is that the Night Fort is massive and it's old and people are going there for the first time in centuries. So was it really just Bran and co just happened to stumble across the only one thing that was of any note in there? Doesn't seem likely. Dick Crab's Squire saying, "Hello, Robert. What do you think will happen when the 79 Sentinels are raised as whites?" Well, really interesting question. The 79 Sentinels, for those who do not know, this is a legend. This is the legend of the Night Fort and legend of a long time ago. There were a group of Night's Watch who just had enough of being in the Night's Watch, and they abandoned their role. Understandable. The Night's Watch, I'm sure, is cold and boring and not exactly what many people wanted for their lives. They headed south, headed up by a Ridswell, one of the major houses in the south of the north. And they got as far as back to the Riswell family, where Lord Riswell, however, captures them and sends them back up to the wall. And the Lord Commander then goes, right, I have to make a little bit of an example of these people. You abandoned your watch, so I'm going to make sure that you always keep to your watch. He put them in equivalent of the ice cells cut into the wall individually, where they are just frozen in place, staring out from the wall. The 79 Sentinels, and they obviously froze to death, and they stayed there forever. Now, what happens? Well, first of all, are they going to be raised? I mean, possibly. It's if the others attack by the Night Fort, and there's no reason to think that they wouldn't. There's no reason to think they would particularly go to Castle Black. That's a more modern thing. So maybe they would get to the Night Fort. Maybe the others would raise the Whites. It's entirely possible. They are stuck in the wall somewhere. We've not actually seen the 79 Sentinels. As far as we know, that bit of the wall has now been frozen so deep inside, nothing. You can't even see them anymore. So what might happen? Well, if they're raised, then I suppose they could start trying to scratch their way out, and then they would join the army. At which point, they wouldn't be particularly distinguishable from anyone else in the undead army, other than the fact that they would probably be a huge amount more decayed, having been there for so long. But then, so they're frozen in ice, so they might be there. So I think what I'm saying is this would be gruesome. It would be horrific. It's possible, but I don't think it's going to change the story much. These are just dead humans. like all the rest. Corvus Corax saying, "Hello, Robert. My question this evening is about the Black Gate and the path to it. It is said to be at the bottom of a well, but there is no water down there. Is this not a literal well? If it is, does that suggest the Night's Watch flooded the chamber in the past to remove the gate as an access point and allowing it to be forgotten after a time?" Yeah, so this is the other. I was talking about this a bit earlier. This is the other option that we've got. So I asked a while ago, hopefully some people in the chat were sort of discussing this as an idea. I wonder whether anyone's come up with this one, because this is the one, and is actually many people's fans' favourite idea, is that when they abandoned the Night Fort, they obviously blocked up the main way through the wall. Some people will have been aware of this, but maybe it would be flooded in some way. Or perhaps even earlier, what might have happened is that they decided, we don't want that entrance there anymore. Why? Well, perhaps you have to say that the password is not it's not particularly secure. You can hear anyone saying it, and it is just a few lines from the Night's Watch vow, and you have in any event, you don't have to be a member of the Night's Watch to go through. You just have to have, worst case scenario, a member of the Night's Watch reciting that, and then you can bring all your friends through. So it's not particularly secure. So it's entirely possible that what they did was they said, okay, well, we will make this a well, and we will get the water coming through him. Perhaps there was water underneath there anyway, because this is sort of feeding the roots of the weirwood tree. And the thinking was, if we absolutely need this, then we know it's there, and we can go and drain the water out, and we can use that way. But in the short term, let's not. Let's just put it out of mind and out of sight. So when they left, perhaps it was so out of mind, out of sight, they didn't even think about this. It was gone. The old well in the kitchen is just there, and the water perhaps drained out just over time, leaving it as it is now. So these are the different options for why it might be a well. But you do have to have the little caveat in there, I have to say, which is that we say it's well. It looks like a well from the top, but wide steps going all the way down inside a well, it's not unknown, but not many wells have steps that go all the way around down there. So maybe it was made to look a bit like a well, but actually wasn't a well. We don't hear that there's any water down there. There might be water. It could go down even further. They go down a very long way. So maybe it looks like a well as a little disguise, but actually it wasn't. So, friend, saying happy Thursday in advance, and to you. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how we, the readers, might hear about the wall coming down when it inevitably does. Is it likely at all the Northern POV characters will be in and around Winterfell by then? Some kind of vision from Bran, possibly? I like the idea of a Winds of Winter epilogue, or even a Dream of Spring prologue, being a Night's Watchman on the wall when it happens. But is that too similar to Chet's chapter, the Storm of Swords prologue? Yes, so I don't think we're going to see it through direct POV. I think you've done the main possible ways. I think Bran seeing it is very possible. But I also like, same with you, this idea that we have a prologue. Now, if we have what we could have, because both things will happen roughly at the same time, is we're going to have the dragons arriving in Westeros / Dragonstone, and the others arriving at the wall. It kind of works if at the same time those two things happen, and then the final book, A Dream of Spring, is about dealing with those twin threats. Now, how could you do this? Well, what you could do is you have the epilogue to one book being, say, the arrival of the dragons in Westeros. That would finish Dany's, and maybe that's the last. It doesn't even have to be an epilogue. It could be the final chapter is them arriving, and you have a final sentence like you have the end of a Game of Thrones. I mean, for the first time in hundreds of years, Dragon Song was heard. That kind of thing as an ending. For the first time in hundreds of years, the dragons had returned to Westeros. Something like that would be a cool and epic way to end Dany's arc for that book, and also sort of tee up what's going to be happening afterwards. Then you could have either as an epilogue or as a prologue to the next book, showing us the wall, the others arriving at the wall, and the wall either collapsing or starting to come down in some way. Whose POV? Well, normally those POVs are from characters who are, we may well have been introduced to them before, but they're not significant characters. Kevin being probably the most significant. Most of the others are relatively minor. And you could have, exactly as you say, you could have a member of the Night's Watch. You could have one of those who, you know, the names of all of John's friends on the Night's Watch that we hear about on and off. He could have any one of them who's been sent off to whichever place it is, and they're standing atop the wall, and we could see them seeing the others coming forwards, and then them doing something, and then the wall starts to crack and to break. End. That would be I think a really cool way to sort of either end this next book or start the final book. So yeah, that's my take. It's too big an event, I think, for it to just happen completely off camera, off page. Nothing there that we just hear, oh, and by the way, apparently the walls come down. Oh, really? Okay. No, I think we need to see it and experience it in some way. Orion's Orcas saying, who actually built the wall? Bran the Builder, along with the Children of the Forest. Do you think that the risen kings and lords of Winterfell had anything to do with the magic of the wall? On a side note, do you believe those stone direwolves turn into weapons to fight the others? Love to the moderators. Yes, love to the moderators. So who did actually? I think the magic was from the Children of the Forest. It wouldn't surprise me is if the physical building of it was by the giants. I think that, yes, it's legend, but it kind of makes sense. As for who did it, I mean, Bran the Builder, it's one of these really odd things. You say, who built the wall? Bran the Builder. You say, well, okay, so what does that actually mean? One man himself did not physically carry all these big lumps of ice and line them all up and do that. So he didn't do that. Was he involved in the magic? Well, we think the children were. Maybe he was partly involved in that. Was he the architect? I mean, it doesn't need a huge amount of architecture. It's a wall. So what was his role? It's possible that his role was just there to sort of agree from the human side of things, because obviously neither the Children of the Forest or the giants are humans. He's there to agree from the human side of things that he will set up the Night's Watch or something along those lines. They're the ones who are going to maintain it, so he needs to be there to know what's going on. So yes, Bran the Builder, I've always thought it's kind of overstated. Even if we give with the best will in the world, he's not the person who physically built the wall. He might have been a person who contributed some ideas. He might have been the person who contributed some magic, but lifting the bricks, no, not him. In terms of the stone direwolves turning into weapons to fight the others, so this is, if you've not seen them, my videos where my working assumption is that those statues of the Stark Lords, Stark Kings under Winterfell, they will be brought to life. They will come up from the crypts and they will fight the others. So this is based on a whole lot of things. The biggest is quite how anthropomorphized they are, in as much as every time a character goes there, he can feel the statues watching. Ned feels them judging. The people think that they're moving in the tricks, or the trick of the light. There's always this kind of like they're alive in some way. So that plus a whole load of other sort of cues from around elsewhere make me think that those statues will come alive. The statues all have a direwolf next to them. Uh, I haven't really talked about the direwolf before. My instinct is that probably, yeah, why not? If you're making the stone human come to life, make the stone direwolf come to life as well. That would be absolutely epic. So yeah, I would love it. And they are also included, it has to be said, in this they look alive thing. It's not that the statues seem alive, but the stone direwolf is just a statue. They're seeming to be moving, their eyes are seeming to be staring, that kind of thing. So yeah, the same language is generally applied to the wolf as well, which means we probably have to apply the same logic, which means yes, I certainly imagine there being a small army of stone kings and their stone direwolves. Taylor Jones, hello Robert. I'm sorry this is a bit of a multi-parter, but each question kind of relies on the answer to the last one being yes. There are a lot of parallels between the wall and the 5 forts in the Far East. Do you think they are for the defense against the same threat as the wall? So in answer to that one, very probably yes. They seemed to be the Legends of the Long Night in UT and far to the east as well. The head a variety of names for them, but they're evil bad guys came from the north, from the northeast, which is where later we have these fused stone defensive structures, the 5 forts, which are massive. It makes sense, yes, that they were built there as a defensive structure against the return of the others. Do you subscribe to the theory that the wall was actually constructed with the help of the others after some kind of treaty, hence its icy nature? No, I don't. Now, I've heard this a variety of times. People saying, "Why is this an ice wall against ice creatures?" And I think my answer is, I don't think this is confusing. First of all, it seems to imply that there's the magic in George R. R. Martin's world is very much in these funnels. You've got fire magic, you've got ice magic, you've got water magic, whatever. You've got these different types of magic, and here's your spell list for this, and here's your spell. And that does not seem to be the case. The more we get into this, the more these kind of things seem to kind of merge and move. As a general example, we can get the idea that Melisandre saw in her flames Bloodraven, and Bloodraven seems to have seen her back. That seems to be, so this is happening in a two-way thing. So the two types of magic, at least through Bloodraven, who is obviously both Targaryen and First Men in heritage, that certainly seems to work. The two magics are not completely different. So just picking a magic, and because that's not their type of magic, doesn't quite work for me. Secondly, as we've described already, yes, a massive ice wall is a big physical barrier, but the real barrier is a magical one. And the magic there does not seem to be particularly attached to ice. If this is some kind of ward or barrier, then we see similar things in Storm's End. There was one outside Bloodraven's cave where it obviously was cold as well. But this kind of barrier magic seems to be more common across the different types of magic, as it were. So it being an ice wall does not, for me, in any way imply that this is associated with the others. Or, maybe you could have had a big flaming wall, but then you can't build a castle next to it. And it would be hugely burning hot, so there couldn't be anything close to it. There's the fire risk. You couldn't be patrolling the top of it. So that's not right. The fact it's an ice wall is simply because there's a lot of ice around there. And that's the most logical building material, if you're going to be building a wall there for your physical barrier, the magical barrier is nothing to do with that. So was it constructed with the help of the others? No. I personally don't think. Do you think that means the long night may have ended differently in the east than the west? No, I don't. Personally, I don't think so. I think that it will have ended in roughly the same way, and that's something to do with the introduction of Valyrian steel / dragon steel or something like that, which seems to have tipped the balance of power. And with more Valyrian black stone fire magic ? Defenses instead of something more in line with the ice nature of the wall. So the use of fused black stone over on the far side with the five forts, we've obviously not been there. We only have passing references to it in places like the World of Ice and Fire, so we don't know all the intricate details. It sounds quite similar to the kind of thing you find underneath the High Tower, for example, which in and of itself is a defensive structure. So we don't know what the climate is there, where the five forts are, but assuming it's not ice, and assuming they want people to actually live in there, that's the whole point of a fort, is that there are going to be people living in there. They're not going to be having a fire tower, and they're also not going to be having an ice tower, neither of whom are particularly conducive to human life. So having a fused black stone, which seems to be the kind of thing that I'm going to call them Proto-Valyrians. There's a whole rabbit there if you wish to go down that route. The Proto-Valyrians might well use just as a kind of a default. So no, I don't think that this being ice in any way means that the others were involved in its construction. Connor Richardson saying, hello, Robert. Hope you're well and enjoying the beginning of autumn. Thank you. Bit of an oddball question that I suspect there isn't and won't be a definitive answer to. But what determined the location of the wall? Surely, if it was for defense, the neck would have been more suitable. And as a bonus question, when the wall went up, were the free folk ancestors given a choice to move south? If not, why not? Well, first of all, where? Why is it where it is? Yeah, you could do it at the neck. You're then giving up all of what we know as the north. You're saying, because wherever you put this line, that's the point at which you go, I want humanity and civilization south of this line, and we're allowing the rest of it potentially to be sacrificed because this is our first and best line of defense. So you want that line to be as further north as you possibly can. So yes, theoretically, you could say the neck might be a good place to put a defensive structure. I think I would agree, but not your first defensive structure. That you want as far north as you possibly can. It seems, as I said, to be from the water to the water. So they might have thought, oh, well, we don't want to do it right across the middle bit of the north. Let's do, and if you look at the map, it does kind of, this is a narrowish point after which it does sort of jag out a little bit after that. So they have done it on as sensible a place as they possibly could. Assuming they didn't want to go even further north, but then that brings you into, you've got the Frostfang Mountains, and that just gets incredibly hard to be building a wall to be starting with, and also to make sure that you can't sort of go around it easily. So it looks to me, yes, there might be better places, but if you're looking for as far north as you possibly can, that is still very clearly bounded by water on both sides, then that's as good a position as any. Were the wildlings, were the free folk allowed to move south? Yeah. We don't know. We've not been told the details of this, but there's no, I think, implication here that they thought that they couldn't go south. It's just that they didn't want to. That's where they lived. And just because somebody's built a whopping great big wall a couple of 100 miles south of where you live, why should that change anything for you? It actually doesn't. If you genuinely think, as quite possibly a lot of people would have done, that the others have gone. And who knows how long it took to build that wall, but it will have been many years, I feel sure. And they weren't coming back, and they weren't coming back, and everything seems back to normal. And then, maybe somebody does come and say, look, we're building this wall. Do you want to come south of the wall? And some people saying, actually, you know what? This is my home. And I don't think they're coming back. And if they do come back, I'll just come down and then get on a boat and go around the side of the wall. That makes absolute sense to me. And that last bit also, I think, is quite important, is that this is not an impassable barrier. We think of it as an impassable barrier. It is not an impassable barrier. There are many ways through. First of all, each of the forts, each of the castles had a way through. They could let friendly people through if they wanted to. That was not a problem at all. Presumably, at the start, then the wildlings and the members of the Night's Watch friendly with one another. So it's not like no, you can't come in. They'll open the gate and let them through. Secondly, there is a way through on the western end, through the gorge. Who knows how deep the gorge was at the time, but you can do that. It's a river. You just go down the river. And then at Eastwatch, on the eastern side, you can just get in a boat and sail around it. It's genuinely as simple as that. Yes, the Night's Watch tend to have keep a watch there to make sure that the wildlings don't just sort of come through. But then, as far as we can tell, again, we hear a lot about Eastwatch, but we don't get much by way of actually seeing what's going on there. But we do know that they probably only had a couple of hundred people there max, of which some of them were rangers, some of them were kind of stewards, some of them were caring of the builders, caring about the maintenance of the wall. How many of them were actively at any one time trying to stop boats in the middle of the night coming down around? Do they really care if a small family comes around? Actually, no. As far as we can tell, there was an ongoing illicit little bit of trade that was going on there. So I think the short version is, this will not have seemed like an impassable barrier to the wildlings at the time. They will understandably have wanted to stay at their home. They thought the threat was gone. They thought if the threat came back, then they could always get past the wall themselves. It's not a problem. Dominic Vaughan. Hi, Robert. I hope you and Sedan the dog are doing well. We are. Said in last week's stream, but maybe you missed it. Had you on the night before my wedding and helped me nod off. So thanks for that, as I was full of nerves from my speech. Well, I think I must have missed that. But congratulations. That's absolutely fantastic news. I feel honoured to have played a very small part in that, in helping you get to sleep the night before. That means a huge amount to me. I wish you and your beloved every blessing now and going forward. May you have a long, happy, blissful existence. Life's not always blissful, but I hope you have as much of that as you possibly can, and are under love and support for each other. So thank you for letting me be a little bit a part of that, and I wish you all the very best. But what do you believe constitutes the magical barrier at the wall? Why can't the dragons fly past it? Is it a natural ice or old god magic versus Valyrian barrier, or have they maybe killed an other or a child of the forest or a dragon, or built Valyrian steel or dragon glass into the wall's foundations? Well, having said many times we do not know, I'm going to keep up that position, but I will add a few things. First is the usual thing. George R. R. Martin likes his magic being mysterious. He does not want to give us the exact definition of exactly what this is and why. He will have liked this idea that we're just thinking, oh, this is some magical barrier against the undead. And then he released Fire and Blood, and it's like, and a dragon can't cross it either. He will have really enjoyed that, because it makes us go, well, what is this a barrier to? It seems in some way to be a barrier to magic crossing. That bit we understand. In the same way that the magical barrier around Storm's End seems to be a barrier to magic crossing. So that's why the Shadow Baby couldn't be born outside and then go inside. It had to be born inside, so it would happen inside the barrier and it didn't have to move through the barrier. So that's that's the bit that we understand. Dragons are magical creatures, so that's why a dragon might not be able to cross. As for what they had to do in order to make this, I don't think it's as simple as putting dragon glass or Valyrian steel in there. I think this is a magical spell wound in there in some way. What that means, I think you're probably on the right path in saying this does probably require some kind of sacrifice. Lots of big magic like that does seem to require some kind of sacrifice. The Children of the Forest definitely did do sacrifices in order to try and get their magic working. So yes, I think we're looking here at quite a significant sacrifice. Exactly what, we don't know. And last question actually here from one of my patrons. We have final question from. Let me get it back. Pyro saying, "Do you buy into the theory that the Lord Commander now was the white? Sorry, the Lord Commander was the Night King from the Age of Heroes was a Stark." So known as the Night King. So it's the Night King's technical difference, just so we're on the same page. George R. R. Martin has been very clear that his character, the Night King, is different to the show character, the Night King. So, and he says he prefers his version, which he's allowed to, it's his creation. But the Night King, the legend there was that we had the Lord Commander, the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, saw this beautiful woman north of the wall, brought her in, married her. She had these blue eyes and cold skin. She sounds like an other. They started sacrificing to the others. It all went terrible. Eventually, the Starks and the wildlings had to come in and sort it all out. They expunged the Night King's name from all records. So that's high level. That's the legend. This story is told by Old Nan, among others, and Old Nan teases Bran about this, saying it could have been a Stark. Perhaps he was a Bran Stark. Perhaps he slept in his very bed. Now, we have to know Old Nan's storytelling style was like that. She would tease Sansa the exact same way. Sansa remembers, I think it was about the Titan of Braavos, about how the Titan of Braavos would come free and save Braavos in times of need, and it would eat young maiden girls from rich houses or something along those lines. Something that she knew would scare Sansa. So for this to be an elaboration specific to Bran, it's an Old Nan thing. That doesn't mean it's not true. But that's the way that she liked to tell the stories. Is it likely? Well, there's reasonable odds that the Night's King could have been a Stark, because the Starks have always been one of the families who provided their members to the Watch. And the Night's Watch, if you are a member of House Stark, then I think there's probably a fair chance you would rise up the ranks pretty quickly. Don't forget, Benjen he's First Ranger, which puts him there like in the central cabinet, as it were, of the Night's Watch, and he's been there 15 years. So he's risen from nobody to being a ranger to being the first ranger in all that time, overtaking many others who are more experienced rangers than himself. So the idea that this could have been a Stark kind of makes sense. It also makes sense of some of the theories that are there for why the bottom part of the crypt in Winterfell is caved in. Perhaps that's where the Night King's name was going to be. We know that all members of House Stark, they have graves set aside for them. Arya remembers her father, like she told her, yeah, that's going to be your one. The other children, they know where their graves are going to be. It's the Lord or King gets the statue, but all of the children of the Lord or King, it would appear, get a grave in there. So it's entirely possible. The other thing that I'm kind of working on, and I will do a video on this soon, I think I've been promising this for several years now, is is the Night King a Stark? Does also make us wonder whether the Night King legend itself is exactly accurate. George R. R. Martin always emphasizes that his legends are legends, and there may well be elements of truth, but we shouldn't take what we read as being absolute truth of what happened. So we have to take this as saying, so this story that we've got here, there might be elements that a Lord Commander turning bad seems to be clearly what's there. The Starks and the Wildlings having to come together to save the day certainly seems to be part of this. But all of these details about the Night's Queen, about the sacrifices, about him being a Stark, whatever this is, these details might be wrong. They might be right, but they might be wrong. So we shouldn't assume that they are correct. But all that said, where I'm going to go with the video that I'm going to do is speculate that there needs to have been magic. There needs to have been a sacrifice to make the magic of Winterfell work. And there also has to be a reason why the Starks need to be there. By which I mean, why does it have to be the Starks? Because if you think about it in the abstract, here's me spoiling videos I'm going to release at some point soon, but anyway, if you think of this in the abstract, that what happens to the souls of the Stark dead after they die? They don't get to go wherever, and they don't get rewarded, they don't get to go off wherever souls normally go. They seem to somehow be drawn into the Winterfell crypts through some magic, and they're tied in there. And they stay there. The statue is there, and they're stuck there. And as people come in, this is why it's the spirits of the Stark ancestors that are staring, judging. They are there, stuck. Their spirits are held there. That seems to be what's going on in some sense. That doesn't seem to be a blessing to House Stark. Yes, they're very grim folk. They're very taciturn. They take this. They accept all of the roles that this is a whole role to be doing. But at the same time, this doesn't seem to be. And your great reward is that your soul is going to be held captive for all eternity until released by whatever. Which seems to imply either that the Starks at some point, Bran Stark himself, perhaps, or someone else, either said, no, I hereby commit all of myself and all of those who follow me to this, or this was imposed on them for some reason, perhaps by way of propitiation for something they did. So if we say that the Night's King was a Stark, maybe this is why the Starks needed to be tied to the Winterfell crypts. It's a theory. It is a bit of tinfoil. We don't have huge amounts to go on here, which is why the video has been a bit delayed, because I don't want to just come out with something that's just completely tinfoil. But there's some building blocks here that I want to build up into what I think makes a convincing reason why the Starks, and not anybody else, why the Starks themselves have to be there tied to Winterfell. Okay. And with that, just leave that one out in the ether, wait for the video in, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, something like that. I'll bring that one out. With that, I will draw this one to a close. Apologies for the slight technical mix-up a little bit earlier. Hopefully I will have managed to go back and probably not seamlessly because I know my editing skills, but I will be able to cut out a bit so you won't notice too much of a difference. Just a few things to pay attention to. First of all, another thanks to my moderators, another thanks to my patrons. You are both absolutely amazing. If you like these live streams and want to watch them to go to sleep, then as was it Dominic Vaughan did, then do check out In Deep Sleep. There's a link down here somewhere. I take the audio from these and I put it to what I think is relaxing background, maybe a little bit of music, maybe a little bit of crackling log fire, wind blowing outside, that kind of thing, as an aid to get to sleep. So it's just the 2 hours or whatever this is of me talking, and then I slowly fade away, and then the background noise carries on. No adverts in the middle, nothing to disturb you. Fading to a black screen, I'm experimenting with as well now. So that's all gone. So hopefully that will help people get to sleep. That's In Deep Sleep. Link down there. If you are watching this back on the main channel, though, in IDG Live, then there's a link here to other live streams that I've done. There's a link here to my Patreon page, the best way, if you wish to support this channel, to do so. That, I think, is all for this time. I will be back next week with, who knows, maybe Lord of the Rings one. We've not done one of them for a while. But until then, take care, everyone. I'll see you soon.